8:30.
No way. You guys were on already, like item number 9 when I logged in at 8:31.
There was nothing on the agenda.
No, I know, but you guys usually have at least a couple of seconds of good banner before I
Hey, Wes, I can't hear y'all. Okay.
Mr. Henderson, how are you this fine day?
I am finer than fish here.
What shirt you got?
I was just gonna say, what the heck are you wearing?
I wear orange for my sister. Oh, there you go.
Oh,
Who's giving the indication?
gotcha.
You have something you want? Space for rent.
Space for rent. As skinny as it is.
I got more space for it. All right, let's flip the sound on and get her going. Everybody got their cell phones off?
I just shut it off. Well,
I thought I did, but.
turn the ringer off anyways.
Right.
All righty. Welcome to Lyon County Board of County Commissioners, Thursday, May 19th, 2022 meeting. Today we are at the Lyon County Silver Springs Senior Center. Action will be taken on all items unless otherwise noted. No action will be taken on any item unless it is properly agendized. To avoid meeting disruptions, please place cell phones and beepers in the silent mode or turn them off during the meeting. The board reserves the right to take items in a different order to accomplish business in the most efficient manner. Items may be combined for consideration and items may be pulled or removed from the agenda anytime. Restrictions on comments by the general public. Any such restrictions must be reasonable and may restrict the time, place, and manner of the comments, but may not restrict comments based upon viewpoint. Members of the Board of County Commissioners also serve as the Liquor Board, Central Lyon Vector Control District Board, Mason Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board, Walker River Weed Control District Board, Willow Creek General Improvement District Board, Silver Springs General Improvement District Board, and during this meeting may convene as any one of those boards as indicated on this or a separately posted agenda. I think we have an identity crisis going on there. This meeting may take a break between 11:30 and 1:30 for lunch. Roll call, let the record show all commissioners are present here in person. We're missing Aaron. We miss you today, Aaron. At this time, we're going to do the invocation given by Irene Alberton of First Christian Church.
You're muted.
You're muted.
You're muted.
I'm sorry, I couldn't find the button.
What would you do without a little brother?
I know, and that's true. And I do love his shirt and I love him. So it's good to be with you today, and please join me in prayer. Gracious God, we thank you for the gift of life and for the gift of this day. May we all use it in ways that are pleasing to you. Thank you for the gift of meaningful work and for the skills and commitment of each person gathered to participate in this commission meeting. We ask your blessing on the agenda and the work that went into preparing it and the work that will be able to make it take place. Grant each of them clear minds, good communication skills, and a willingness to work together in ways that best serve the needs of the residents of Lyon County. Bless them this day and the agenda before them. Amen.
Jeff.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we'll go to our first public participation. No action will be taken on any item unless it's properly agendized. It's anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item, each agenda action item, but before the board takes any action. Any public participation online or in the house? Yeah, please step up.
Good morning, Leslie Sonnet from Smith. Just want to let everybody know about a community meeting that's being hosted by Citizens to Protect Smith Valley. It'll be on Wednesday, May 25th at 7 p.m. at the Smith Valley Community Hall on Highway 208 in Wellington. This meeting is to have a discussion of the large mine plan for Smith Valley. There'll be a presentation by the Great Basin Resource Watch on water allocation and mining in Nevada. There'll be some information on steps the community should consider taking to better prepare for when a mining company, any mining company, starts the permitting processes. And there'll be information on the public lands bill. What does that mean for Smith Valley? And there will also be a petition available for those who oppose inclusion of public land for mining purposes in Lyon County on a public lands bill. Again, that's on Wednesday, May 25th at 7 p.m. at the Smith Valley Community Hall. And I do have flyers available if anybody's interested. Thank you.
Can you leave us one of those flyers?
Yes. Where would you like it?
If you can give it to Jeff, and he'll get it to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anybody else online or in person? Okay, we will move on to item number 5, possible action, review and adoption of agenda.
Move to approve.
Second.
Got a motion in 2 seconds. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Let the record show it passed 5-0. We have 2 time certains today, items 6A and 6B. So we got a little bit. So we'll go on to item, and we got 3 time certains today. Actually, we'll go back to 6A because that was 9 a.m. So 6A time certain 9 a.m. public hearing on the tentative budget for fiscal year 2022-23. Jeff.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Foley's online, so I will let him discuss the tentative budget.
I thought we were going to escape him today.
Close, but not quite.
Seriously, he would zoom in from home. Come on.
He'd zoom in from his own funeral.
Now, that would be a trick.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. Just wanted to note that the tentative budget is in compliance with NRS, and we have the letter from the Department of Taxation to prove it, and we can keep that in the record. It's in the agenda packet. And if the board will just open this for any public participation and then close it, and we can move on to 6B. We do have other time specifics at 9 a.m., but we can take them anytime in the agenda for the budget. So there's no rush to go to them unless you want to right now.
Okay. So the verbiage on opening that up, do I just say we're opening up the budget for public discussion?
Correct.
Okay, we are opening up the budget for public discussion at this time. Anybody have any input on it? Nothing online?
Okay, if you will close the public hearing then, and then we can move on to item 6B.
Okay, the item, the hearing on the public hearing on the tentative budget for fiscal 2022-23 is closed. Moving on to item 6B, possible action, approve the final budget for fiscal year 2022-2023. Mr. Foley.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. There are a handful of changes between the tentative budget and the final budget. Those are all in the general fund. The public defender's budget was increased $385,000. That is for estimated costs on the public defender budget for the capital murder case that is coming before us, and that's strictly estimated for next fiscal year. It's usually a multi-year process. In addition to that, we were notified that the jail contract for meals is going to go up approximately 10%. So we increased that budget by $34,000. Between those two changes, that increased contingency by $12,750 to keep it at 3% of general fund, which decreased general fund expenditures, and that ended up decreasing the ending fund balance in the general fund by $431,570 compared to the tentative budget. Those are the only changes in the entire budget. And so I'm open for any questions.
A quick one there, Mr. Foley. What did you say the difference was for the public defender for the capital case?
$385,000.
And just food for thought. I know you probably can't answer this now or shouldn't. At what point does it become more cost effective for us to just hire a public defender that's got the capital, the capital murder certifications or whatever they need to do those cases?
So you're getting a significant deal because it's $175 an hour for this one. And so I think you're still significantly money ahead on this. Plus, we don't have those cases every year.
We've been having them about every other year though. So at 300,000, is that the typical amount, about 300,000 we have to increase the budget by when we have a capital case?
For the first year, approximately 400,000, which is what we did, and it ends up being close to $1 million in total costs. However, not all of those are just for the attorney that's doing the public defense. That includes professional fees for investigations and expert witnesses and a number of other things in addition to just the attorney.
All right, thanks.
Mhm.
That's all I have. Anybody else?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Foley, just one quick question. What is our contingency going into the budget year?
So the contingency, let me grab it just a second.
Oh, wow, you just walked into the ocean.
And how?
Knew he's good.
Yeah, Josh, from our perspective, it looked like you were walking on water, boss.
Yeah, that's cool. $1,342,564 in the general fund is the contingency in the final budget being recommended.
And that's the same as it was in the tentative budget?
No, it's increased by $12,750 so that it remains at 3% of expenditures.
Perfect, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Anybody else?
Answer my question.
Oh, Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Mr. Foley, for all your hard work and obviously the Department of Taxation. I'm sure they appreciate your thoroughness as well. And I just wanted to go on record to say thank you very much for your tireless work and your entire staff. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
I'll make a motion that we approve the final budget for the fiscal year 2022 to 2023.
Second.
Got a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment in the chambers or on Zoom? Okay, not seeing anything. Okay, let's go ahead and take a vote. All in favor of passing the budget for 2022-2023, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record show it passed unanimously. Yeah. We'll go on to item number 8, presentation of awards and or recognition. Because,
Nothing to report this time.
huh?
Nothing to report.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Okay, we have time for commissioners and county managers reports. So we'll start on the left with Commissioner Jacobson.
Just like to thank some of the Fernley City staff and I'll just mess up her name.
Sounds like.
Judge Matthews, I want to say Williams, Matthews, for the time that I was able to spend with them this past week. That is all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Keller.
Normally, I would give you the NACO report at this time, but unfortunately, I had a dear friend pass away and the services were on Friday, so I did not attend, but I do believe Jeff sent out the summary from the meetings.
Anything else?
No.
Thank you. I just want to say we had a, the public safety town hall on Monday night, very, very well attended. NDOT was there, the sheriff's department was there, county manager was there. Road department was there. Thank you, Dustin Holman. I remembered your name. Was having a bad day that day. But it was very well attended. I was sorely disappointed that the governor did not allow the Nevada State Police, formerly known as the Nevada Highway Patrol, to attend. I thought it would have been a great opportunity for them to address the public and let them know what's going on within their group. But again, the governor's office and the governor decided it was not in their best interest to attend. One of the agencies that I think needed to hear our concerns most. It was troubling, but NDOT, I really got to thank them for their participation. It could not have been easy to sit up there on the hot seat, and they did it, and they took it like champs, and they promised they would take the message back to their executive team, their executive leadership team. That being said, I think this board, I'm going to propose for future action that we are going to draft a resolution and haven't come up with a wording yet, but either request, demand, or whatever we need to do that the governor himself take action, executive action, to address some of the immediate safety concerns and what we can do to mitigate and hopefully prevent some of the loss of life out there. That is all I have at this time. Mr. Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a few things. I did attend the NACO Public Lands and Natural Resources Committee meeting last Friday. Nothing really new to report there. Still going on with possible changes to federal land management regulations, Endangered Species Act, Waters of the United States, sage grouse, that kind of stuff. I was unable to fill in for Commissioner Keller, as I also had a funeral to go to last week. So as soon as that meeting was over, I jumped on a motorcycle and rode down to Caliente to attend the funeral of a dear friend of mine and former mayor of the city of Caliente. Also attended the Campo board, and side in on this, I want to thank you for organizing the town hall on Highway 50 safety the other day. I am going to be requesting an item on the Campo agenda because that part of Highway 50 where we're having all the troubles is within the Campo area. So I'm requesting an agenda item for Campo and see if we can use Campo to bring some more pressure to bear on the powers that be to get something done on Highway 50. I also attended the Silver City Advisory Board. Nothing really much to report there. And I want to thank my fellow commissioners. At the last meeting, we did adopt a resolution regarding motorcycle safety awareness. However, we did not read that into the record. And given the occurrences of the past weekend where we lost 2 individuals on Highway 341 in the space of hours, I would like to take time to read that into the record now, if I may.
Yeah, go for it. That's was my fault. We didn't get to read it last time. I apologize for that. And yeah, that was.
I just think this is really important.
Oh, it is, especially given the fact we had 2 of them literally within 45 minutes of each other at the same time. It was bad.
So given that, the resolution of the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners proclaiming May 2022 as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month. Whereas motorcycle riding is a popular form of recreation and transportation for thousands of people across Nevada. And whereas motorcycles are a common and economical means of transportation that reduces fuel consumption and cause less wear on the roads in Lyon County. And whereas Lyon County is home to many miles of motorcycle-friendly roads that offer motorcyclists scenic rides throughout the county. And whereas the number of motorcycles increased during the more climate times of the year. And whereas it is vital that drivers of all vehicles be aware of and be on the watch for motorcycles. And whereas unaware and distracted drivers of other vehicles present a grave danger to motorcyclists. And whereas motorcyclists contribute to the economic well-being of the communities through which they ride by buying gasoline and dining at local restaurants. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners proclaims May 2022 as Motorcycle Safety Awareness Month, and therefore be it further resolved that the Lyon County Board of County Commissioners encourages all motorists to be aware of motorcyclists and to practice safe driving habits when motorcycles are present. Passed, adopted, and approved this 5th day of May 2022. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that concludes my report.
And again, I apologize. We didn't read that when we should have. Mr. Hockaday.
Well, the PennDOT town hall meeting was extremely well attended. I thought went well. People were civilized. The discussion was good. Thanks to County Manager Page, our Road Director Dustin Coleman, and Under Sheriff Ed Kilgore for being there and participating. It was a long evening, but I think everybody had an opportunity to speak their piece and make their points. Other things, there'll be a big cleanup at the cemetery in Smith Valley this Saturday in preparation for Memorial Day. So a lot of people over there picking that cemetery up and getting it ready for that Memorial Day ceremony. Also today at 4 o'clock in Gardnerville at the community center, there's going to be the police academy graduation. I believe we still have 5 deputies that are going to graduate and be out on our roads, helping out with traffic control and other necessities that we need in the county. So it's an opportunity. I know I'll be heading over there very quickly. Daughter's fiance is going to be one of the graduates, so we'll be on our roads here pretty soon in Lyon County.
That's at 4 p.m. at their senior center,
4 o'clock.
or community center.
Yeah, the senior center, community center in Gardnerville. That's all I got.
Thank you. Mr. Page, you got about 10 minutes.
Well, I don't have 10 minutes of stuff to talk about, but you know me, I can talk about it.
Yes, you can.
So a couple things, in June, the first meeting in June, the board will be asked to approve a resolution closing the declaration of emergency in regards to COVID. County's perspective, my understanding is the governor will be doing something this week or next. So that will be coming forward onto the board agenda. The board, just so you know, we will have a closed session meeting following this meeting to discuss a couple of labor issues. Should be relatively quickly, done relatively quickly. And just a reminder that there are a number of activities throughout the county on Memorial Day, not the least of which is up at Fernley at the Veteran Cemetery. I've been asked to participate. I'm not sure what that looks like yet, but I will be up there for that. But I do know that cemetery in Yerington, the local VFW folks do a little ceremony, and I believe they do the same thing up in Dayton and down in Smith Valley as well. So just a reminder, if you can attend those things, we want to show our appreciation to those who have served and given the ultimate sacrifice for our country. Other than that, things have been moving along relatively well. We've had a number of employees out ill. So hopefully this wave of COVID that's going through will be done and we'll be back to normal again for the next wave. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Page. All righty. It's going to kill us if we do our time certain 5 minutes early.
We can't, we have to wait till.
You
That's what I was afraid of. Gosh darn it. Okay. All right. We will go ahead and start on elected officials reports then. Who wants to go first and keep it under 5 minutes? We don't have anybody.
5 minutes.
Actually, there's nobody else that's, am I missing anybody that's elected? No, okay. We'll go on to appointed officials. I was gonna go to Mr. Homestead.
I'll let that go first. No.
Well, then he better sit down and you better.
Don't shoot the messenger. No, so Commissioner Gray, Commissioners David Briquetta for the record. So 2 things I just want to update you on. The first one is the one of our capital projects on the sewer side, and that's the Aspen Creek Rib project. You know, I know we've been updating you what's going on with this, and we've been working closely with the Division of Dams, NDEP, about getting approval to be able to put that, you know, at its current location. So the good news is we've got the approval. They have given us the okay to move forward with the project. We went to the Division Water Pollution Control. They also gave us the approval, you know, conditioned upon we do the things for the dam. So that project is out to bid. That's a required project. We have to have it for effluent storage, but now the bearer of the bad news. So So 9 months ago, when we started this project, we were estimating a construction cost of about $5.2 million. In this 9-month time frame, the best estimate, we'll know when the bids come in. Best estimate is construction costs just in 9 months went up about $300,000. But the biggie is the requirements from the Division of Dam. The best estimate's about $700,000 increase to do this.
Another million.
So these are required things. We have to have a place to put this effluent. So just this aspect alone is close to $1 million.
Well, Mr. Piquetta, I'm actually relatively relieved it was only that much. I was expecting more.
Well, and what we're seeing, and then thanks for bringing that up, because what we're seeing is these cost escalations of these projects are just unprecedented. You know, when we started this planning effort was done 3 years ago. And so, you know, our planning estimates just 3 years ago have changed significantly. And it's very likely these construction costs will just continue to escalate. The supply chain shortage is it's unprecedented, never been like this before. You know, just using an example is a water meter. So we have water meters. We have a water meter replacement project. So we're supposed to be replacing all of our old water meters. Thank goodness we have that project going, because now they're telling us a water meter out there takes about a year to get in for the time of the order. So, you know, it's just unprecedented. In fact, what kind of leads into the next discussion is, and I know you're all aware of this, but we had another water main break in Dayton. And so that happened Friday night. And I got to go through this really quick to help understand kind of what happened. So Friday night, just between 5:30 and 6, you know, crews were just getting off and they got the alarm that, you know, we have a massive water loss in the system. This very same thing happened about 6 months ago, almost in the same location, different section of pipe. So we got the crews there, and once we identified what the problem was, it wasn't just a cracked pipe, a broken pipe, it was a completely shattered pipe from bell to spigot. The complete pipe was bursted, broke, you know, and I'll talk about how it's related to the other incident that happened in December. But unfortunately, the way the system is designed, Copper Canyon is the highest section of our subdivision. So this is a 14-inch water transmission main. So it's a very, very significant, you know, pipe we have in the system. Pipe was put in between 06 and 07, 2006, 2007. The pipe is associated with what's called the J&M lawsuit. It's J&M pipe that was put in many years ago that is defective. And so, you know, we've had a series of breaks. These are the 2 breaks that are probably related to that pipe. We have Far West Engineering now bring them on board to help us run through to ensure that could it be something else? Could it be pressure spikes through the system? Early indications are that it's not, but we're not going to know that final answer probably for another couple months until we do some investigation. Worst case scenario, we're going to have to replace that pipe. That'll come at a significant cost. Yes, sir.
2 questions on that. How much of that pipe have we got in the system, and do we have a claim on that lawsuit?
So as far as the legal side goes, I'd let Steve answer any of that aspect, because I believe the claim is closed associated with the J&M pipe. And how much do we have in the system? That's the majority of our system. J&M pipe throughout the system was put in back in the time frame. You know, this is the early 2000s. So, you know, our highest risk is the larger diameter pipe, which this happens to be one of them, the 14-inch pipe. When the incident happened in December, we couldn't differentiate between a defective pipe and an installation issue. So, you know, we said it could be, we changed some of our operational practices. When this happened on Friday night, we dug it up Saturday morning, and there's no indications that it was related to any kind of an installation issue that we found. So we're working closely with Far West to change our operational practice and give us alternatives. And as soon as I know more information, I'll bring those back to you. But I did try to notify, you know, the board, the media as much as possible, because we have a loss in the system, part of the pressure. We have to do what's called a precautionary boil order notice system. And unfortunately, the high part of our system is Copper Canyon Estates. About 200 homes up there. So when this incident happened, you know, right around 6 o'clock, we have, just so you know, for an operations staff, we have 1 operator on call for water, 1 operator on call for construction and repair, 1 operator on call for wastewater. So when this happened, that operator within the first 15 minutes was inundated with phone calls that, he couldn't answer, couldn't address. And, there's 200+ homes sitting up there in Copper Canyon. We don't know which ones lost water, which ones had low pressure. The River Park subdivision, which is over by the wastewater plant, had low pressure but didn't lose pressure. Up by Brandstetter, we have the system that, again, low pressure but didn't lose pressure. And that's an important differentiation for us, because if it loses pressure, we have to do a boil order notice. If it's just low pressure, we still sustain to ensure that we don't have contamination coming into the system. So that's why I know I received a couple phone calls from some commissioners. That's why we had to put out the precautionary boil order notice. And through Friday night, we didn't have all the facts yet. Our goal was to get this thing isolated and get the water loss stopped. 14-inch transmission main, when it broke, one of our wells was on, and it went from 1,000 gallons a minute to over 3,000 gallons a minute instantaneously. And that pumped, and that was going somewhere, and it was going off the break. So, that's why our emphasis is to identify where this is. It starts emptying all of our storage tanks. We don't want to leave a situation where, other people in the area are impacted. So that's why some people couldn't get through when they started calling. We did the best we could with the resources we have. Between the staff that we have, just this weekend alone, staff probably put in close to 200 hours of overtime to address this situation. And I think that's important to mention, just because when we have fantastic staff. Friday night, we have people that when this line broke, we called them up because they were off, said, we need you in, can you come in? And every single person that we called came in. That's just a credit to Friday night. Saturday, same thing happened. It's kind of a funny story, but Sean Sinclair, our field services superintendent, he's off on Thursdays, just sat down to dinner with his family at a nice restaurant, gets a phone call. So he's off. They left their meal. Him and his family came out. They dropped him off to do the work. He was there Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Scott Fleckenstein. We have a fantastic crew, and I think I want to leave that with that situation, because there was a lot of dedication for the crew to come in and get this fixed. I bring this up because then come Monday, Tuesday, I had to deal with the citizens, and I get it. There's a lot of frustrated people out there. How could this happen twice? I don't have absolute answers. We're investigating it. I'm trying to give them the answers. One thing I can tell you is that Copper Canyon, one of our plans is next fiscal year, we have a $10 million project that is just part of this upcoming budget to put in a water tank up in that area to help with the supply pressure to that. So we're aware that, we want to put in better supply pressure to that. But again, that's a year away. That's, a year plus away before that's completed. So we're working on operational practices to minimize it. I can't guarantee it couldn't happen again. I'm hopeful it's not going to happen again, but we'll know more if it's related to this JM pipe or not, and what our actions are going to have.
Well, this happens in every community worldwide. Things happen. You just can't. And I do want to tip my hat to the staff. It's when I started getting the call saying, hey, we can't get a hold of the on-duty person. Well, I think maybe somebody else might have reported it and they might already be out on it. And so it was just, a little bit of education there. But I do want to go to Josh Foley here real quick because he has something he wants to say, it looks like, and then we'll go to our time certain.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. Thank you for taking me before that. Just wanted to give the board a little bit of information on the class action suit on that pipe. It did settle a few years ago. Lyon County Water Fund, Dayton Utilities Water Fund received approximately $700,000, if I remember correctly. So we have some cash in the bank for that, but definitely not enough to replace every stick of pipe in the ground. In addition, I just wanted to let the board know that when we started on these 3 large sewer projects that David was talking about, one of them being the effluent disposal, the ribs storage, we put forth the money that we had. We went to bond for $20 million additional. So these additional costs, I don't have funding, I don't have cash available for you. So please don't be surprised on Monday, the 23rd, if I bring that $700,000 up during the ARPA discussion as well, because that really is the only other source of funding other than going back to the ratepayers and asking for additional there. So that's all I have to go tag onto Mr. Burketta's report.
Thank you there, Mr. Foley. And just a little request, next time, like the lift station's going out on Dayton Valley Road, next time you guys rent fencing or somebody rents fencing to put out there, please take the housing development signs off the fence for Reno. I got more calls on why, what was going on out there and why was there a company that's building houses in Reno doing something on Dayton Valley Road. It was funny. I mean, the rumors were rampant. I heard everything from a Tesla warehouse to Reno affordable housing going in Dayton. Like, hey, come on, how do you come up with this stuff? But it was, it was funny. But thank you, Mr. Burkett. Anybody else got any questions for me?
Can I just mention one thing? I have to give credit to Q&D Construction. And it's really important because it's about staff's relationship and our relationship with some of these contractors. So that morning, our indications were that it was a 12-inch main that broke. That's what our system said. When we dug it up Saturday morning, what we found out it was a 14-inch. We didn't have that stick of pipe. So we called Carson City, we called Douglas, we called every entity around. Nobody had that stick of pipe. So then we went to our relationship with our contractors. Q&D Construction, Toby there happened to doing a project down in Urington, said, let me call down there. They loaned us a stick of pipe. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have that pipe. And it shows you the problem with the supply chain management. I mean, to have every size pipe, to have multiple sticks, we couldn't get our connections to connect the two. So, but it is our relation with some of these contractors that makes a big difference. So I think it's important just to recognize that.
Thank you. Anybody else?
No, I have a lot of questions, but we'll do it offline.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Okay, we're gonna go back to our 9:30 time certain. Report and update only from the Bureau of Land Management. Current activities. BLM here?
Yes.
Okay, there we go.
Do you want me to go ahead?
Please.
Good morning. I'm Kim Dow. I am the field manager for the Sierra Front Field Office with the BLM. Thank you for having us today. I'm really grateful to have the opportunity to speak with you. We have not been to a Lyon County Commission meeting for quite some time. I'm not sure when the last time we were here. So what I've prepared today for you is a summary of the projects that BLM is working on in Lyon County. And for this commission meeting, I've tried to provide as much detail as I could since we haven't provided an update in quite some time. So I'll just briefly go over the projects. There's more information in the packet that is being handed out there. And then if there's any questions, I'm happy to take those as well. So I'll just jump right in. So the first project that we have going on in Lyon County, I'm sure you guys are quite familiar with the Urington Anaconda mine site disposal. That project has been going on for quite some time. Atlantic Richfield Company submitted an application to purchase 2,062 acres of public lands in and around the Anaconda copper mine site. So we are in the process of processing that application, and that includes completing an appraisal for the property. Working through the appraisal process is not a quick process, so it's been going on for a while, and we're still working on that. And at the same time, we're preparing an environmental assessment to analyze the potential disposal. So we don't have a timeline identified right now for this project, but we are drafting the environmental assessment right now while we're working through the appraisal process. When it's done, when the environmental assessment is done, it will be released for public comment and review. I would guess that might be kind of maybe summer or fall, but we don't have an identified timeline for this one. So that's our Anaconda project. You probably are familiar also with the remediation process. That's a separate process than what I have here on the paper. The remediation process is handled through a different law called CERCLA, and it's handled through a different office. They did complete an assessment and signed their record of decision, and they're in the implementation phase of that remediation. So they're working on that as we speak. The second project I wanted to tell you about is the Vero fiber optic line. I'm not sure if you know about this one. This is a fairly new one. This is a 450-mile fiber optic line that goes from Reno to Las Vegas. And it would be installed exclusively within the NDOT or county rights of ways. So it's not any any new disturbance. It does go through, though, a lot of land. It goes through the Carson City, Battle Mountain, and Southern Nevada districts. And it also goes through NAS Fallon, US Forest Service, Bureau of Reclamation, and Bureau of Indian Affairs. So it's quite a distance, and that project is requiring an environmental assessment. So that's being prepared by the company right now. And cooperating agency invitation letters just went out a couple of weeks ago in early May. So that's that project. The El Dorado Dam is a project that the Bureau of Land Management is doing, that there's no proponent for this one. We are our own proponent in this case. We are proposing to decommission the El Dorado Dam. This is an earthen dam located near the community of Dayton. And this is a dam that's been in place since the 70s. It gradually fell into disrepair. There were several inspections. It was determined to be unsafe to life and property in the Dayton area. So to remedy the safety hazard, we intend to decommission the El Dorado Dam. And we have a 2018 agreement between BLM, the state of Nevada, and Lyon County, as well as other stakeholders. We are working with the Army Corps of Engineers to prepare a draft environmental assessment right now. And that draft environmental assessment is anticipated to be released for public review and comment this summer. So just in a couple of months here, that one's making its way. The next project I wanted to talk about is almost complete, or almost ready to implement, I should say. It's the Pine Nut Mountains abandoned mine hazard closures. So we've been working with the Nevada Division of Minerals on abandoned mines, 70 hazardous abandoned mines that need to be closed. These abandoned mines are both in Lyon County and in Douglas County. So we have been working on a categorical exclusion that will allow us to then move forward with that project. Nevada Division of Minerals would be the agency that implements this project. And that categorical exclusion and authorization to start implementing is anticipated to be done in just a couple of weeks here by the end of this month. So that one is a really good one because those are safety hazards, of course. And 70 of them that's quite a few. The Minister Road project is a project from the Nevada Division of State Lands on behalf of the Division of State Parks. They've applied for a right-of-way for a non-motorized right-of-way on public land. It will provide safe and legal public access to the new Walker River State Recreation Area at the Pitchfork Unit. So there'll be a trail that will be completely on state lands. That draft environmental assessment is also being prepared by the proponent. And once final, it will also be released for public review and comment. And that entire project is anticipated to be completed by fall of 2022. So we should have an environmental assessment or scoping and then environmental assessment coming up this summer. And then a completion by fall of 2022 is the goal. Moving over to, I'm going to skip around a little bit from what you, well, I guess I'll go in the same order since you guys are looking at the paper. The Hercules exploration plan modification. This is one of our mining projects. Hercules Gold is proposing an expansion of their current mine. The current mine is 2,320 acres. The amendment that they've submitted would increase the project size to 5,136 acres. Of that, 100 acres would have surface disturbance. So they always have a much bigger plan of operation size than what their footprint is. The footprint is anticipated to be 100 acres. This project is paused at the moment. We're waiting for an updated application from the proponent. So it's on our horizon, but we're not actively working on it at the moment. The Wabuska geothermal project is a project that was proposed by Open Mountain Energy. That's a geothermal exploration project on public lands in the Mason Valley area. And that project is currently in the baseline survey stage. So that's where the proponents go and complete baseline surveys for cultural, wildlife, botanical, threatened and endangered species, all of that. They do those baseline surveys and then they submit those to us. We review them so that we can determine what type of compliance we need to do for NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act. Meaning, would we do a categorical exclusion? Would we do an environmental assessment? Or do we need to do an environmental impact statement? Those baseline surveys help us understand that. So that's the phase that we're in with the Wabuska geothermal project right now. The next one on the list is the off-highway vehicle special recreation permits. We have a few in Lyon County. VORA, the Valley Off-Road Racing Association, they have secured 2 special recreation permits for 2 different races. The first is the Yerington 250 race that's scheduled actually for tomorrow and Saturday. And then the next one that they've been approved for is the Yerington 1 race on September 22nd of this year. We're also in the process of processing an application from Best in the Desert for the Vegas to Reno OHV race, and that one is scheduled for August of 2022. We have 3 solar projects, large-scale solar projects, applications that we've received. All of these are in that baseline survey stage that I described earlier, so none of them are moving forward quite yet. But the first one is called Libra Solar. This is a commercial scale solar facility on 5,413 acres of BLM. And that one is proposed to generate up to 700 megawatts of renewable energy solar. The second one is Pine Nut Solar. That one would be on 1,662 acres of BLM land and would generate up to 200 megawatts of solar. And the third one is the Mason Valley Solar. That one is on 2,877 acres of BLM and would generate up to 400 megawatts of renewable energy solar. The Pine Nut and the Mason are proposed right now to be analyzed under one environmental impact statement. The Libra Solar would also be an environmental impact statement. We're already aware that those ones would require that level of analysis. So those are the 3 projects that we have right now. I don't anticipate that we will start working on those environmental impact statements until next fiscal year, which would be October for us. The next project is the Wilson Canyon Deferred Maintenance. This is a project that, again, we are the proponent. We're partnering with the Walker Basin Conservancy. They received a grant from the Nevada OHV Commission to work on some deferred maintenance. We have 2 projects in the works. One is to do a riparian restoration project where we would plant native species in areas that have been impacted. And then later this year, we intend to conduct maintenance around the bathroom. If anyone's been out to that site, the bathroom is kind of in a valley. When we have large rain events, soil and debris come down off the mountain, get into the restroom area. It takes quite a bit of effort to clean it. The bathrooms are unusable during that time. So we intend on doing a project that would put some swales in around the bathroom to protect it from those rain events. We did look for a different location for the bathroom, and that was, we couldn't find one that met with engineering standards, but we did find this solution. So we'll be implementing that later this year. The Lyon County camping closure was implemented on April 1st of 2021. So it's been in place for a year now. That one closed 4,000 acres of public land to camping. That was all in the Mound House area. This is the camping closure is something that the BLM Sierra Front Field Office is doing in many of the urban interface areas where we see a lot of transient camping right in the backyards of people's homes. So we've identified a buffer area where we don't allow any camping, it's day use only. And so this Mound House was one of the areas that was identified by the sheriffs as having an issue. So we implemented a camping closure in coordination with the sheriffs and in coordination with Health and Human Services. So we do coordinate with them to make sure that the people who are being asked to leave have the resources available to them. We've had positive response to these camping closures, both in Douglas County, Washoe County, and Lyon County. And then lastly, I know I've been talking a lot, so lastly is our Nevada-wide RMP revision, the resource management plan. Many folks have been wondering what's been going on with the Carson City resource management plan. We did a revision a few years ago, and then it was never finalized. Those things have to move up all the way up to headquarters. Our headquarters office a few years ago had stopped processing all of our resource management plans, so we weren't finalizing any of them. Now we're back to doing our resource management plan revisions, and Nevada is embarking on a statewide RMP revision. And so that is where all of the districts will do one revision. Each district will do their own revision under one environmental impact statement. And so, so Carson City has a nice draft ready to go. Other districts need to catch up to us. So that's where they're at right now. We've done the state office, our Nevada state office, has done quite a bit of work getting the other districts up to speed. And the next step on that one is stakeholder engagement. So we've been doing a lot of internal work lately with visual resource analyses and wilderness characteristic analyses. The next step is now to go out to our stakeholders. And so that is anticipated to happen in the next couple of months, where the stakeholders will be asked for their input on the statewide resource management plan revision. There will be a lot of opportunities for public input throughout this process, which is anticipated to take a couple of years. So I know I spoke really fast. I didn't want to take too much of your time, but I did want to give you a good overview of what's going on in Lyon County relevant to the BLM. If you have any questions, I'm happy to take those. If there's anything that you'd like to dive into, and I would like to offer also, if there's a frequency that you would like BLM to come back and update at your meetings, we would be happy to do that. If there are specific topics you'd like to hear about, we would be happy to hear what those are, so we can make sure we have the right people to speak to those. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let's talk about horses.
Okay.
The HMAs in Lyon County, what level are they at as far as AML?
Oh, gosh. You know what? I don't have the specific numbers. I should have brought that. I'm sorry. We just did our census flights a couple of months ago. And those go to a statistical analysis so that we can capture the ones that we miss, and I don't know exactly where we're at, but I'm pretty sure most of them are over AML.
I guarantee you.
Yeah, yeah. I think it's safe to say.
Wild horse and burrow act.
Yes.
My
Yes.
neighborhood alone.
Yeah.
And I certainly empathize with the BLM on this, because that is just, whatever you do, you're gonna end up in court. That's just the way it works. It's a very emotional issue, but
Mhm.
That's one of the big issues in Lyon County, I think, is the population of feral horses. I won't even use that other word.
No, they are wild.
We
Yep.
we can debate that a lot.
Okay,
But
okay,
they're not
sure,
Mustangs.
sure. Well, yeah, so feral, the state of strays that's what we call feral versus wild, but yes, I hear your point.
When they have shoes on their feet, they're not wild.
No, but
Sure.
we can discuss that a bit more, but I would like more information on the status of the herd management areas in Lyon County. as opposed to
Absolutely.
AML. Also, want to make sure you encourage that we don't do anything to limit OHV use. That's a big recreational thing here. And good luck on the statewide RMP. I don't think it's possible. Nevada's too diverse a state. You can't even keep the individual RMPs up to date. You're going to do one. So good luck with that. I'll be interested to see how that works out. And,
Thank you. I'll keep you posted.
And then, of course, just got to mention sage grouse. Now, it's not really a big issue in Lyon County, but it is a big issue in Nevada.
Which wild horses impact.
Yes, they do. And so do solar developments. But so, it's just really important to us, because what the federal land management agencies allow or disallow on public lands directly affects our economy.
Mhm.
So, I think what really we're looking for is updates on management practices and trends on what BLM is looking at, allowing or disallowing or changes in your management practices. Okay, I appreciate the update on all these projects, but I'd like to do a little deeper dive at some point in the future on practices.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yes, we do have some movement on the sage grouse plans. And so I can come prepared next time whenever you guys would like to have us back and talk more specifically about where we're moving with the sage grouse plans.
Yeah, because, with the new current administration in Washington and, just speaking of sage grouse, going back to the 2015 versus the 2019 and, something was approved. It's just a mess.
It is.
And-
It is.
And we need to be kept a little bit better abreast on those types of things. And, the discussion on the changes of definition of the waters of the US and certain changes to the Environmental Protection Act, those all impact our economy.
Right.
And that's what we're concerned with the natural resources, of course, but also how your management decisions affect what our private businesses are allowed to do in Lyon County.
Mhm.
So thank you.
Absolutely. And just real quickly, I'll speak to the sage grouse. Just earlier this week, there was a maintenance action on the 2015 sage grouse plan, which is the one we're currently working under. But that plan required us to use the maps from 2015, which of course are updated. And just earlier this week, we signed a maintenance action for that to use the current maps. So that will change where we implement different management practices.
So that begs the question, so the map that you're gonna be using now, how does that compare with the state map?
They now match. Yeah,
That's a good thing.
it is. Yeah. I'll come prepared next time to give much more detail about that.
Thank you.
Okay, I've got some actually, saw the proposed solar project. Do your assessments take into account the amount of water it takes to keep those things clean?
Yes, it does.
Because it's, I know we've got a lot of dust, a lot of wind in Lyon
Mhm.
County, obviously, and we see what Tonopah has been going through lately. I think it was Tonopah that, or I'm sorry, maybe it was down in a Pahrump rather, that, fined for using, fined $200,000 a month for using too much water. And,
Right.
water, sorry, I think water is more of a precious resource than sunlight, here. And I don't want to see our ag water or our residential water being abused to take care of solar panels that, get debate all day long, but they're not, they're worth it. Especially when you take into account the other environmental impacts and removing lands from public use and, OHV areas. So I want to be very cognizant of that. The Lyon County camping closure. Hopefully you got a number you can give us now. There are still people camping out there and living out there. And we've got one problem up behind our Dayton water tank up on BLM that, we need help with. I mean, they caused a fire last year and there is a giant encampment up there, and it's more of an encampment. It's a hazardous, it's a hazardous area, both with materials and people have been run off with guns and stuff before. So we need to know who to contact to get that, that mess and other messes cleaned up.
So that one, we actually worked with Lyon County just last week. We went out to the site and it's actually on private. So we are working with Lyon County and the private landowner.
So we're sure it's on private now because it's gone back and forth. Everybody's
Yeah.
pointing the finger at each other. So
Yeah. So I think what might have happened when BLM implemented the camping closure, they may have moved on to the
now
private.
those
but
folks were up there.
They were up there
They were up
already.
there
Okay.
already. Yeah,
Okay,
no,
well,
I'm well
yeah.
aware of them. I mean, it's
Okay.
but there are still people camping in the Mountain House area and not even, they're living there. I mean, that's what they're doing.
I'll pass that along to our law enforcement about the Mound House
And
part.
if we can
and-
get, say, I know you guys have a ranger that's been up there for probably about a year, maybe a year and a half now.
Yeah.
You can pass his contact information on to us so
Oh,
we can reach
absolutely.
out to him directly when there's issues. Would really appreciate it.
Absolutely. Do I give him your name?
I'm sorry,
Do I give him your name or?
or you can give us his whatever you want to do. I mean,
Okay.
it's just so we have contact back and forth.
Sure.
So, and that is all I've got. Commissioner Keller.
I think I got I had questions and I think we're getting through most of them, but you were saying, how often to come back.
Mhm.
And I know we're not your only county. And I mean, personally, I would love to see you like every 3 months, but I would love to, if you guys could at least schedule us in, 3 times a year.
Sure.
Unless there's special circumstances. I mean, there's constant issues when it comes to BLM and working together, that I would love to see that communication. I mean, you won't be dealing with me because I'm leaving, but I'm sure these other guys would love to have that open communication and see your face.
Yeah.
So,
And I'm happy to come back as often as you want. Every 3 months is not at all unreasonable if that's a schedule that works for you
yeah,
guys. But-
I think that would be great to stay on top of things and what's really happening.
Let's make it a date.
All right.
Exactly.
Sounds good.
Mr. Jacobson.
All right, well, thank you for being here today. I appreciate your energy and openness. Just a couple questions. When you talk about Pine Nuts abandoned mine hazard closures, are the hazards you're talking about the actual mine hole in the ground? And then just so closing those is fencing that?
So the Nevada Department of Minerals they decide how they need to close each one. They look at each individual one. Some of them will be closed with the foam that they put in there. It expands and then it's like a concrete surface. Others, if they can't do that, if they're too big or they're too deep, then they might put a gate over the top. Each one has its own individual treatment plan. And I can try to get that information.
No, I was
Okay.
just curious what the definition of hazardous was there.
Oh, yes. So hazardous would be a safety hazard to humans.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. And then just on the proposed solar projects, have any solar projects ever been denied by BLM?
Yes. Yes, you don't hear about them very often. We
No,
actually,
you don't.
yeah. We actually have quite a few in the Sierra Front office, the office that I manage. We have quite a few that don't ever make it past the application stage, both solar and wind, mainly because of sage grouse. They're in areas that are closed because of sage grouse. There are also other areas that are close to large scale solar development, like sensitive cultural areas. So if someone submits an application in one of those areas, then we would deny that as well. So those get denied generally at the beginning of the process. And so.
But, and then my last one kind of goes with what Chairman Gray was speaking to, their camping closure. Are those campers responsible for cleanup when they leave, or they just leave? And and is there, I'm assuming they don't gather their things. What's some accountability we could put back on some people's plates?
I'm not sure how to put the accountability. That's a good question. We do work with Health and Human Services. And so in some cases, if one of those campers is interested in moving to a facility, a county facility or something, then they help move their stuff with them. Sometimes people will take their stuff with them. There is often trash that is left behind, and we really rely heavily on our volunteers to help us organize cleanup events. Those are, I can't tell you how much we rely on our volunteers and how much we appreciate, Desert Pigs and Hills Angels and all of those organizations that help us organize those cleanup events. They're huge, huge for us.
And then are there any signage closed for camping?
Yeah.
Is that?
Yeah, so we do put signs up in the area. We try to make it very well signed. We also have maps that are posted online, which of course doesn't help most of those transient campers, but our law enforcement agents also, when they talk with these people, they give them a map, and they also help explain to them where they can camp and try to find other resources for them so that they're no longer in a transient situation to begin with. But yeah, we do have signs up that say no camping.
And they usually drive right past them.
Yes. In the dark or in the light?
They
Either
see
way.
them.
Thank you
Yeah.
very much. I enjoyed your presentation today.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming out. And yeah, we would love to hear from you
Mr.
quarterly.
I
Sir,
have a couple of questions.
absolutely.
So in regards to wildfire, this has been going on now for at least 15 years, specifically in Lyon, Douglas County. So both counties put pressure on our congressional delegation to get the federal government to recognize that fire season starts on January 1st and ends on December 31st. We've also put pressure on the congressional delegation to fund BLM, specifically the Conservation District. They don't care about the rest of the state, but I gotta live with what I have, to provide the appropriate number of Type 3 engines throughout the district. Can you explain to the board what staffing looks like fire season and what it looks like when it's not fire season? Because we're working with the fire chiefs to get another campaign again. Fire season looks like this year. For us, it's not so much the issue the fire gets big, it's an initial attack where we're there for 3 to 6 hours during fire season. When it's not fire season, we're there for the entire time. And there isn't a BLM or Forest Service response coming, but other than maybe it's time. I don't need somebody else telling me I've got to fire. I need your resources. And you kind of explain to the board what staffing looks like during fire season and what it looks like not during fire season.
Sure, I can give you a general answer, and then I think this might be a topic that's worthy of having one of our fire folks come and give a more specific presentation to you. But in general, we do staff up in the summertime with our seasonal firefighters. They just came on a couple of weeks ago. They've been going through a lot of training in our office right now, and they are ready to respond to fires at this point. And they'll be on until the end of fire season, which, I agree with you. The fire season is year round now. The fire season, as it relates to staffing, is usually fall, but there is a recognition across all of the agencies and across the entire country that fire season doesn't end in October like it used to. And there's also recognition that oftentimes our worst fires are happening in the October, November months. And so they have been working on staffing, improving our staffing to be responsive to those. I can't give you the specifics, but I sure can get someone here who could.
And is the BLM suffering from the same problem with Forest Service? I recognize that the Forest Service testified before Congress that life was going well as far as hiring people to do the job, and then California worried that that's, but yeah, BLM having the same issues, or BLM doing okay with hiring staff?
I think we're doing okay. I'd have to go back and talk to our fire management officer and double check that statement, but I think we're doing okay in hiring. I don't know that we have people waiting at the door to to become firefighters, but I think we're doing all right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, this time we will return back to appointed officials reports. Eric? Anything from the DA's office? And I know you're not appointed, I didn't see it back there. We got anybody online? Josh, have anything? Human Services, anybody? All righty, we'll move on. Oh, I thought we already did you. Oh, that's right. You were up there to adjust the mic.
After David messed everything up. So. Mine's a little better. I gave a report out there that kind of shows what we're using the ARPA money, that first round of ARPA money, the 50,000 you guys granted to the parks to use. That kind of gives you a breakdown. That might change a little bit. We've had bids come in so crazy. Had one bid for curbing around the playground was $12,000 for one playground. And then the other guy was 6,000. So
A little gouging going on maybe there?
so we got, well, I think they're so busy that they're bidding projects to where if they get the bid, great, they make great money. If not, they don't care because they're too busy anyway. So that's the problem we're having is getting contractors even bid on something. And then when they do, they can't get materials. So we're dealing with that. We had a great meeting up at Silver City Cemetery, a couple weeks ago, was it, Wes? Yeah, I didn't get a report last meeting because I was in San Diego, but I think we worked out a plan to help those people out to get more sites with not a big cost, not doing any engineering and all that. And so we're working on that right now. We're working on the adjacent property owner piece. We met with him yesterday and he's going to give us access to his property to get, dump trucks and backhoes in there and stuff. So that's working out good. We found out in Fernley, the senior center there was built, the outside door got caught in the wind when they had that weird wind a couple weeks ago. And that door isn't designed with a wind chip, it's called, in it. And what it is when the wind's blowing, the door senses that and it sends more electricity to the door to pull it shut. So it just blew open and nothing, it wouldn't pull itself shut. And so we're probably looking at about a little over $4,500 fix to replace that unit. So it has it in there. Normally they don't have the chip. The guy said they usually put stops so the door can't open all the way. Well, none of that was done. So we're gonna have to fix that so we don't have that problem.
So is the door broke or we just need to keep it from
No,
happening?
we just need to have it, put the new motor in with the chip. This motor they have is more for the interior door, because there's two doors, one inside the vestibule. That one doesn't need it because the wind doesn't affect it there. The one on the outside should have it. And unfortunately, the motor there is not adaptable to put a chip in it. So we'll have to replace that. And that's about all I got. We've been working on the Hillcrest Cemetery. Did quite a bit of work up there, and we're trying to finish up in the senior center patios and getting the flags. We're drilling them so we can put padlocks on so people don't steal the umbrellas off of the tables and stuff. So I mean, it's unfortunate you have to do that, but today's world. So any questions you have of me?
Padlock's not gonna stop them, just may slow them down a little bit.
Well, it'll keep the wind from sucking them out of there too, I guess.
Comment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Trump said, thank you for meeting with the people from Silver City. I think,
Oh, anytime.
I think we've come up with a reasonable solution where it'll meet their needs and not bankrupt the county for
Yeah.
the community. So I certainly appreciate
It
that.
was good meeting. Thank you for helping. out.
And, I think we're gonna get them involved.
Yeah.
Get them to have some skin in the game. So that'll definitely
In
help.
fact, the property owner next to me has offered to bring, he's building a house down in Dayton or somewhere. He's offered to haul his fill up to start filling in.
There you go. It takes a community to build a cemetery.
Yep.
Mr. Hockley,
Yeah.
Doug, you ran away too quick.
Anyway, yeah, we did miss you at the Smith Valley Advisory Board. There were quite a few questions that people had. But,
I was welcoming my new grandchildren,
and
twins.
we can appreciate that. The group that went out there and worked at the cemetery, it looks like they did a great job, cleared out almost all the dead trees, trimmed everything up. Haven't swung in there, I've just driven by, and it looks like they did an outstanding job.
And we're working on the drip system now. We got that started.
Yeah,
So
so I do appreciate that. Everybody there appreciate it. Say that we'll see how things go this Saturday.
yeah, we're gonna tackle one of those big bushes once, but we need a backhoe there. We want to do it before Memorial Day. After that, we're gonna try it, see how hard it is to get rid of some of those that are taking up 2 and 3 grave sites.
Yeah, the juniper,
Yeah.
the trees.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how.
Yeah.
Turning all the way down past the tombstones.
Yeah.
Uh,
Should never have been planted there, but
They shouldn't have, but I appreciate them getting out and doing that work. You did a great job. Thank you.
thank you.
Mr. Homestead, well, yeah, I know you really want to get down there quick. Man. Now we're to me.
I have enough public stuff. I like to be in the shadows.
With regards to the door in Fernley, since it's a joint center, or is Fernley gonna help pick up the tab on any of that? That would be, I'm gonna check. I mean, I think we should, I mean, it's a joint center located in their community. I mean, it's, I think
Yeah.
we should check and see if they'll help pick up part of that.
They probably should have been caught in the, when they did the change order, but it's all that, because they originally wasn't designed for a thing that I wasn't involved in that
Yeah.
time, so. I don't know.
$4,500 to change a motor is quite, that's a lot of money. So I think we should reach out to them. I mean, it's a joint.
Any costs anymore on stuff, it's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
I mean, it's an entrance to a joint county city facility, and I would implore you to reach out to them and see if they
I'll
can.
go
help
through
with that.
Jeff and see, okay.
Yep. Thank you. Now you go sit down, and we're gonna take a break. Let's take about a 7-minute break. That should. Giving you. heads up. You heard Vida, started without her. We are back in order and sir, please.
Eric Smith, Chief Juvenile Probation Officer. This is kind of a spur of the moment, but I do have a meeting in 10 minutes, but I did want to say hi to everybody at the board. I guess just a quick kind of anecdotal update to the board. We are busy, as is the Sheriff's Department. Lots of mental health issues, lots of in custody, lots of violence. And then amongst the youth, our officers are constantly responding to mental health crisis. Lack of mental health help in the region with West Hill shutting down has really created an issue for us. So those kids that are in crisis are sitting in hospitals. If they're not sitting in hospitals, they're sitting in detention beds. Which those detention beds are need for, immediate interdiction of youth behavior in our community, which of our 6 beds, all 6 are full. Churchill does allow us to go over that, but it's full and it's busy. So any questions?
Where are detention beds located?
Foul. Churchill.
Anybody else have any questions? Thanks, sir. Enjoy your meeting.
Thank you. Yes, I have a meeting.
Okay. Any other appointed officials? All righty, we will move on to advisory board reports. Anybody from the advisory boards have a report online, in person?
Yes, this is Amanda Bernan from the Stagecoach Advisory Board. And
We're gonna hear from Stagecoach. Thank you, Amanda.
so the board chair, Charlie Shirley, was not able to attend today. So I'm the vice chair. I'm providing this report with the chair acknowledgement. And first, we'd like to thank Erin Lopez for all of her assistance and input in getting this board back into action again. Her help is very much appreciated. And we'd also like to thank you, the Board of County Commissioners, for allowing us to continue as a Stagecoach Advisory Board and not combining us with the Silver Springs Board. So we had our first meeting of the year was held on May 4th. And at that meeting, we did appoint the board officers. As I said, Charles Shirley was appointed the chair. Amanda Burnham was appointed the vice chair, and Angela DeFord was appointed the secretary. And we are pleased to announce that all board members have completed the required training, and the board has also completed all the compliance requirements. And we did complete a letter of transmittal indicating this, and that was sent. And at that meeting, we also did discuss the resolution 11-010. However, we didn't adopt it as there is a question related to the geographical area of responsibility. The resolution appears to indicate that the Stagecoach Advisory Board's area of responsibility, including the township and range, is Dayton, not Stagecoach. We did send an email just today to the planning department requesting review and clarification of the geographical area in this resolution. And lastly, we're looking forward to active meetings, engagement with the Stagecoach community, and open, productive communication with all of you on the Board of County Commissioners as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Anybody else? Elaine, did you have anything from Dayton? Okay, we will move on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda today contains items 13 through 17B. Anybody want to pull anything from that,
Yes,
or?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to pull item 17A for the discussion.
Anything else?
Okay, I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda, items 13A through 17B, polling 17A.
Second. And that was for further discussion, right?
Yes.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment? Okay, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We are going to move on to item 17A.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have a couple of questions on this. I don't know who to direct them to. Probably Josh. I don't know, but and I'm not saying there's anything online here. I'm just questioning why. I'm just curious as to why we sent people from the Juvenile Probation Department to the Nevada Rural Water Association meeting.
Let me check into that and I'll get back with you, sir.
Okay, and also while you're checking that, also, I'd just like to know what this, under animal services, the Equine Investigations Academy. I was curious to what that was too. So
So
if you,
that's, I can answer. Actually, I believe on the juvenile probation, on the Nevada Rural Water, both those employees are actually from Dayton Utilities. So there was just a miscategorization there.
okay, that makes a little more sense.
Makes a lot more sense. And then on the animal services one, we have a number of cases with horses where this teaches the animal services officers the things to look at for so that they can legally cite and be certified when they testify at court on any cruelty to equine animals.
Thank you. And that answered my questions. And with that, Mr. Chair, I would move to approve item 17A as presented.
Thanks.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Any public comment? Okay, take the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 5-0. We are now moving on to item 18A, County Manager.
Want to read the resolution for the item in the agenda, sir?
Yeah.
Right, before you go, do we have the most updated copy? I know we had one sent to us yesterday, I want to say.
Yeah, was that included in the packet?
Yeah. I printed one off
Yeah, I don't have that.
email.
I don't have the most recent copy.
I have one right here. I printed it before.
Yeah, I
came
didn't
this morning.
print it. You want me to read that, then we can parse it out, or?
We'll let him read it first.
No, I read it. I just
Oh,
was wondering
okay.
if we had a hard copy.
We don't have hard copies.
Got one.
Oh, I guess I could have grabbed it.
Oh, sweet. Oh, do we have any? I'll read it. I can read it off digitally.
Well, here, you can read it. That's a printed copy. I just printed it this morning. Right off his email.
All right, so the resolution that's being submitted for discussion, approval, and edit. Resolution of the Lyon County Board of Commissioners requesting the governor of the state of Nevada, Secretary of State of Nevada, and the Nevada State Legislature rescind certain election and pass new laws, should say rescind certain election laws and pass new laws to restore and enhance election integrity and voter confidence. Whereas the Lyon County Board of Commissioners has received concerns and complaints from Lyon County voters regarding election integrity and voter confidence. And whereas the Lyon County Board of Commissioners seeks to improve voter participation and turnout in future elections. And whereas Lyon County Board of Commissioners is concerned that changes in election laws have enhanced the possibilities of voter fraud. And whereas the Lyon County Board of Commissioners has no authority to create, amend, dissolve, nor enforce election laws. Therefore, be it resolved that the Lyon County Board of Commissioners requests that the governor of the state of Nevada, Secretary of State of Nevada, and the legislature of the state of Nevada take action to restore and enhance voter confidence and election integrity by 1, repealing legislation that mandates mail-in ballots for all voters. 2, repealing legislation that mandates same-day voter registration. 3, enacting legislation that requires government-issued identification cards to be presented at the time of voter registration and at time of in-person voting. 4, enacting legislation that allows absentee ballots for bona fide reasons. 5, enacting legislation mandating secure paper ballots. 6, enacting legislation that mandates an audit of each voter precinct after each primary election, general election, and special election. Okay, that is this resolution as presented. So we changed it from last time, going to the county clerk to going to the entities listed above. Open for discussion. Mr. Jacobson.
The way this is written, I can't vote for it because I don't know, first of all, enacting legislation that allows absentee ballots for bona fide reasons. We haven't spelled out any bona fide reasons. We haven't spelled out who would be the judge, jury, and executioner of a bona fide reason.
So do you want to make some suggestion as what you would see? I mean, the thought process.
Strike 4. I don't know how you can do it. So that would be my red.
But we've always done absentee ballots up until last election.
Correct. So I don't know.
So
What I'm saying, go ahead.
I was gonna say, could we word it such that we return to the Nevada's original absentee ballot process?
That's fine with me.
Okay.
The previous requirements.
But I don't know how you could, bona fide reasons just seems like it is
It's wide open.
very ambiguous at best, vague, and then enacting legislation mandating secure paper ballots without an idea of what the cost might be on that. It just seems like we're passing higher taxes.
It's actually less expensive. It's 40 cents a ballot.
So at any rate, but I would like to know what the cost of that would be. And make sure that we're crossing our T's so we don't get dotted in the I's. I'm trying to do the right thing. I do totally agree with same day voter registration. If voting means something to you, you vote, you register well before any election. So I'm fine with that. I'm fine with providing identification. Technically, if I was to buy a pack of smokes, they could ask for my identification. And to not have anything of the sort in place for voting. I totally agree with that. And then enacting legislation that mandates an audit of each voter precinct after each primary election, general election, and special election. I guess, again, I'm curious about the cost, and I thought that we had a system in place where they did an audit already. Am I misunderstanding something there? So I guess those would be my major concerns.
Okay, and I can address number 6. The way I understand it, I don't know if Nikki's online, but I don't believe we do it by precinct at this point. It's just by in the totality. So with regards to the paper ballots, the research I've done as being the drafter of this resolution in conjunction with Mr. Page, the research I've done is they run 40 to 45 cents per ballot, which is basically when you run the totals at a county level, it's cheaper than maintaining electronic voting machines.
So that's to tabulate the votes and everything.
No, you said the cost per ballot. So, I mean, to tabulate the
Well,
votes,
that's the total cost of a ballot would also be.
well, no, it's cost of the election at that point. So
Does that,
So it would still, I mean, they would still run them through, they're not, you could either go hand tabulation or you could still go machine tabulation like the Scantron ones. So there would be, there'd probably be a cost of a Scantron, but it's, this is in order to secure it. So I would like to leave that one in. And we can change, what's the one you're talking about changing? 4, yeah, we can, let's, anybody got some suggested verbiage on that one?
Just drop
why
it.
don't we go through it if any other commission, Chairman Gray, why don't we, instead of. just-
That's fine. Let's go through number 1. And do you have any problems issue with number 1? Okay, moving on to number 2, repealing legislation that mandates same-day voter registration. Any issues? Okay, number 3, enacting legislation that requires government-issued ID cards be presented at time of voter registration at time of in-person voting. Okay, back to number 4, right where we were. Enacting.
Chairman Gray, I meant any other commissioners' concerns rather than.
Yeah, that's what I'm addressing. I'm going by the numbers and addressing the concerns and opening it up. Enacting legislation that allows absentee ballots for bona fide reasons. I think we all agree that needs to be changed.
Mr. Chair, I don't think that needs to be in there. There is legislation that allows absentee ballots now.
It is currently not being used though because of the mail-in ballots, because of mandated mail-in ballot, the mandatory mail ballots.
No.
So maybe, some maybe verbiage, maybe,
Maybe it's. Maybe just do is enacting legislation that allows absentee ballots, period.
Yeah, just get rid of the word bona fide.
but then again, it's still very ambiguous. Everybody could apply for a An absentee ballot.
Well, that would be covered in the legislation.
The current language is already in existence for the absentee ballots, when you can ask for them, how you ask for them, all those kinds of things. So I do concur with Commissioner Henderson that if enacting legislation that allows absentee ballots, enacting / enforcing something to that effect, the language is already in NRS. As I've reviewed it, there have been no substantial changes to it in the last several sessions.
Okay, so,
So we can actually eliminate number 4 because the legislation's already there.
okay, so it's already in place. That works. They did not rescind that with the, with AB 4 or the fall on?
Because you still have people that, like my son who's going to college, who still needs to get an absentee ballot. You still have people in the military who are in.
Well, they use the salute system now, which isn't really the absentee ballot system. So,
But they still have the ability
Yeah.
under Nevada law to request an absentee ballot.
okay. Number 5, enacting legislation mandating secure paper ballots.
I can't support that. I think it's a step backwards. I think, that's our clerk's. That's our clerk's area of expertise. I can't.
Well, no, she agreed that it wasn't, that it was the Secretary of State.
Okay, who's ever, I cannot support going back to 100% paper ballots. I think it's a step backwards. This is the 21st century. I mean, even you said, okay, they can be processed by a Scantron. Well, then you're
A
relying on
scanner.
machines still.
Well, it's a machine, but not a computer. Not an internet connected.
It's and we had testimony at the last meeting that our voting machines are never connected to the internet. I just can't accept it. I won't support number 5.
And we've seen that they are and can be connected via Bluetooth and Wi-Fi. But I would say it's not a step backwards. It's actually, we found out simpler is better sometimes. I don't think there's anybody in here that doesn't remember the 70s where we would know who the president was with almost full assurity, in the 70s by the end of election night. And these days it goes on for not only days, but weeks after an election where there's questions. And the goal here is to reestablish integrity in the system and get people back to the polls so they believe their vote actually counts, or they know their vote actually counts. I don't want to say believe, but they know it actually counts. So I am not in favor of removing that one. This is a request. Okay, that's your vote. I'm leaving it in as the one that's presenting it. Like I said, I'm open to changing verbiage on the other ones and stuff. That one I'm staying with. Something I feel very passionate about. We are losing people at our polls voting. We have a hard enough darn time in this county getting voter turnout, especially during primaries. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't believe that voting is a right of citizenship. It is an obligation of citizenship. And I want as many people as possible to participate in it legally that we can. So I am going to leave that in there because that has been one of the biggest screams out there is people want to return to a simple system that removes a lot of the questions. So that's my comment on that one. So we will move on to number 6. Enacting legislation that mandates an audit of each voter precinct after each primary election, general election, and special election. I think some kind of an audit, at least going forward in the meantime, until people are re-engaged, is imperative.
Yeah, I don't support that one either.
Okay, that doesn't surprise me. Any other comments on this? All right, I am going to make a motion that we pass this with the change in number 4.
So what exactly is it? Is a change? Are we striking it?
We're striking number 4, yes. So renumbering 1 through 5. So I am introducing it. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We will open it up for discussion and comments. I am not there, actually. Okay, we will go to the public for comment at this point.
Sure. Nikki Ryan's on.
Okay, somebody needs to unmute her, or she needs to unmute herself.
Nikki, you need to unmute so you can be heard.
Okay, one comment that I wanted to make, the comment was made a minute ago that we've seen that these machines can be on the internet or can be Bluetoothed. They can't. And that is an absolutely incorrect statement. And I am really tired of hearing it because it is not true. They don't even have Wi-Fi connection. They don't have Bluetooth. They don't have that capability. That's all been taken out. And I know that for a fact because we have seen it with our own IT people.
Okay, thank you. Anything else, Nikki?
I could go on, but I'm not going to. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we will open it up to the public. Sir, if you'll approach the podium.
Hello, good morning. My name is Ruben Oliveros. I am a voting rights advocate with the Nevada Disability Advocacy and Law Center. The NDALC is a designated protective and advocacy agency in Nevada. It is our job to protect, promote, and expand the rights of individuals within our state, which includes access to the polls. The measures proposed today would greatly limit their access that they would have. Voting by mail is critical to many Nevadans with disabilities who may not have access to transportation, especially in our rural areas where there might not be any public transit. Others may have health and mobility issues that prevent them from voting in person. Many do not have a government issued ID due to some of the reasons I stated before, as well as the sheer distance. In some places, the DMV is 100+ miles away. And a lot of them are on fixed incomes, as we all know with the rising cost of gasoline. And all paper system would mean no election voting machines. To us, reading and holding a pen may seem simple, but for many people with a disability, it's not. For visually impaired individuals, that means they would need help casting their ballots, which means they lose their ability to cast their vote privately and independently. Even if you make an exception and have one voting machine at every polling location, which is per federal law, per HAVA, what happens if that goes down? Are the workers trained in fixing those, trained to assist? What happens to the wait times, especially in the rural areas where the polling locations are very much limited? They also produce a different type of ballot, which compromises the anonymity and the integrity of their vote. You will know that a person with a disability is casting that type of vote. Everyone deserves the right to vote privately and individually on their own. The ADA and the Nevada Constitution mandates equal access to the polls, as well as HAVA, which mandates an electronic voting machine at each voting location. Quite simply, the all paper system is illegally, and I urge all the commissioners to reject any resolution that would mandate such a thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. If there's anybody else in the audience in chambers, we could stand up behind the podium and line up, that'd be great.
My name is Elaine St. John, for the record. I am from Dayton, Nevada. I absolutely agree with this move. I have knocked on over 2,125 doors, and I ask people what they think. And it's important to know what the voters think. I got to tell you that a lot of people have told me that they don't believe that their vote will be legally counted. They're thinking that the Dominion machines are possible, they can possibly be hacked. I've spoken to somebody that is an IT person for a clerk in another county, and he tells me he does not trust the computers, that they can easily be, there could be malfeasance with somebody coming in with a reader or something like that. I also, I really do think that we need voter ID. I know it's not something we can do at the local level, but everyone that I'm speaking to at doors, they all want voter ID. I think everything that you had outlined, Commissioner Gray, is absolutely on point with everything I've seen. And it's that we have to restore the voter confidence. If we don't have voter confidence in our elections, we lose this country. And that's how I feel. I think it's a matter of being a patriot. And I thank you for what you're doing. It's a very important step to going in the right direction.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, looks like we have Doralee Martinez. Actually, no, we got Tony Stevenson first.
Thank you. This issue bothers me a lot. It really bothers me a lot. First, it's been shown time and time and time again through court cases, audits, there was no massive voter fraud. All of these issues have come from the Republican Party as talking points, still trotting out what is called the big lie. We need to get away from this. Commissioner Gray, this issue is costing the county money. You've brought it up at 2 separate meetings. The last meeting was over 3 hours just with one so-called IT expert. That's not a good use of county resources because you've got staff, you've got the commissioners. Those folks, including you, are paid for with the taxpayer dollars. Please respect our money. The comments that you've received from the email are all opposed to this. We need better use of our resources. Please drop this issue. Thank you.
And I would like to remind somebody of my comments that I made last meeting. I don't usually respond to commenters, but I'm sorry, this was not just a Republican big lie issue. Received the same complaints in 2016 from the other side. And the complaints I'm hearing about votes not counting have come from both sides, and they have not all been against the resolution. This is a resolution asking that the state legislature fix some of the problems they created in the last legislative session. So this isn't mandating anything. It's a request for them to fix some of the problems they created. So we will go on to, all I'm seeing is iPhone. I don't know who iPhone is.
Yes, my name is Beverly Harry. I work for the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada, and I wanted to present my opposition to item 18. And this is to Chairman Gray and Commissioners. Good morning. My name is Beverly Harry, and I am a citizen of the Navajo tribe, and I am here to speak against item 18. I wanted to state that over the last 10 years, Indigenous people in Nevada increased by 89%. Of Nevada's 3 million residents, Indigenous people account for over 105,000 or 3.4% of the state population. And I want to just make sure that as a group, Native voters in Nevada face unique barriers to registering and voting that most Southern Nevadans do not. And so I just want to make sure that you're aware of that. Instead of entertaining resolutions that regress voting rights, this body should encourage the governor, secretary of state, and state legislature to expand access to the ballot box. This body should find ways to ensure tribes residing within Lyon County are aware that they can use their tribal IDs for same-day registration. So if we go back to Senate Bill 492, it states that the Lyon County Register of Voter should be working with the tribes to make sure that polling site locations are created on their reservations. And so I want to make sure that you're aware of that law and the work that we're currently doing is to make sure that the voting advocacy that we're doing is beneficial to all tribes. So thank you very much. I urge you to do the right thing and vote no on this resolution.
Thank you, ma'am. And can you please restate your name and spell it for the record? Our clerk did not get it.
Yeah, my name is Beverly Harry, Beverly Harry, and I work for the Progressive Leadership Alliance of Nevada. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next one looks like Dorley Martinez.
Good morning. Could everybody hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, good morning. So my name is Dorley Martinez. I am a Nevada Disability Peer Action Coalition activist. I am a blind mother of 5, in which 3 of my kids are in the military, not in state. And I would I will be opposing this. I do want my kids to participate in their civil rights and legal to vote. And also as a blind mom, I with my organization passed AB 121, which codifies absentee voting accessibility for people with disability, especially during the pandemic, that if they have some underlying health issue, they could be voting at home. And one of the comment that was made about, doing the right thing, moving forward with this, you guys are leaving people with disability behind if you pass this or agree to this. This is America, and people who are eligible to vote can vote, and we cannot use voting ID because sometimes the DMV does not have bus transportation in front of it. People who are blind and who are on wheelchairs, sorry, I can't speak today, have a difficult time finding public transit. And some people use a personal care attendants. And as we all know, jobs is hard to find, and a lot of people can't work. And so people who are going to have to do voting in person will stand in line, and they have nobody to assist them because their personal care attendant will have to leave because they have certain allotted time to be with their people with disability to help them, assist them. And also, I did come and vote last term in person. Some of the ADA, designated ADA person who is supposed to know how to run those accessible voting machines didn't know what they were doing. I had to teach them. And then when the machine didn't work, we had to do our voting out in the open where everybody heard who I was voting for. So there's no dignity in that. So please, I urge you to follow what the legislative have passed, which is AB 121, and let's stop wasting our taxpayers' money. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Dorley. Looks like next up is the NGCDD.
Hello, everybody. My name is Catherine Nielsen. I'm actually the Executive Director of the Nevada Governor's Council on Developmental Disabilities. I'll make my comments as brief as I can. There is an estimated 775,830 adults in Nevada who have a disability, and by being in charge of this, you are leading the way. This is equal to 1 in 3 or 32% of Nevada's population. In the 2020 election, only 59.7% of people with disabilities in our state exercised their right to vote. Nationally, 1 in 9 voters with disabilities encounter difficulties voting in 2020. This is double the rate of people without disabilities. Among people with disabilities who voted in person, 18% reported difficulties compared to only 10% of people without disabilities. Accessibility involves much more than providing ramps. It is the key element of inclusion and the baseline of equal service. Accessibility refers to the design of environments, products, and services that facilitate access for people with disabilities to the same level of access, independence, and privacy as anyone else. Ensuring effective access to information and services isn't only about meeting legal requirements or satisfying a policy checklist. It's about constantly striving to expand meaningful participation for all. Universal accessibility creates a world that does not separate anyone based on their abilities. The fundamental problem is that voters with disabilities are being offered a separate but equal approach to voting. And as such, separate is not equal. So what does this mean for people with disabilities when it comes time to vote? Providing equal access to all individuals with disabilities is the key element of the Rehab Act of 1973 and the Americans with Disabilities Act of 1992, or the ADA. The ADA provides a clear and comprehensive national mandate for the elimination of discrimination against individuals with disabilities, requiring state and local governments to communicate as effectively with people who have disabilities as someone without. When you create a universal polling place, You must design it in such a way that people with disabilities can independently vote in privacy. This is the foundation to the freedoms in America, as stated in the First and the 14th Amendments. We must address the topic of voting access. When people with disabilities vote in person, they're supposed to be provided options such as the ADA voting machines, just as Dora has mentioned. However, when a voting place has a separate accessible voting machine, it's not used as frequently as the primary method of voting. And therefore, poll workers don't spend as much time using the accessible voting equipment. As a result of this minimal use, poll workers often forget how to set up the equipment and how to instruct somebody with a disability on how to use it, if they've been trained on how to use it at all. Wait times can be extensive, and this leads to many people choosing not to vote at all. And other times they're using the non-ADA machines. In order to use these machines, many people with disabilities may need assistance in reading the ballot and entering in their vote. The experience is often that representatives assisting them are not conscious of their volume. And like Dora has said, they read their ballot and answers.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Okay, any further public comment from the audience or online? And Dora Lee, could you guys take your hands down, please? Okay, any other further comments? Okay, any other further comments from the board?
I just have one comment.
Yeah.
Nowhere in this resolution are we asking them to disregard any law that has to do with ADA handicapped voting in any manner. Absentee vote ballots would still be allowed. It was already decided this morning. It's still in the law. They didn't strike it when they mandated mail out ballots. As far as going to paper ballots, that still would not negate any law when it comes to a handicapped person. I would want everybody to have the right to vote.
So, and I'm going to tag on to that on a couple of things. One, I want to reiterate, this is an urge for the legislature and the governor to undo what was done, you know, I think unjustly in the last 2 legislative sessions. It's an encouragement to get everybody that is a legal citizen out to vote regardless of ability. I am a handicapped veteran. I work with a lot of handicapped veterans, you know, disabled veterans. I would never want to disenfranchise them. This is not meant to go that direction. My father was a disabled veteran as well. When he finally died, he was blind, darn near totally deaf, confined to a wheelchair with one leg. And by God, we still found ways for him to vote. Sometimes they'd have to bring the machine out to the car and everything else. Or, you know, he would request an absentee ballot, which is still available to everybody. It's a positive action where you have to request it in writing and they have an actual signature on file. So I think this in a lot of ways actually expands it. And actually, one of the questions I have, and it's totally rhetorical, is how are these people doing their mandatory mail-in ballots? You know, I don't understand. I mean, they still, a lot of them, especially if you're blind, there is no accommodation made for you to fill out a mandatory mail-in ballot. I've yet to see one come out that's braille. Anyway, with that being said, anybody else have any comments on the board?
Just a comment that every piece of correspondence I've seen from anyone is opposed to this.
Okay. Mr. Hockaday, do you have any questions, comments, concerns? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote to approve the resolution with the recommended change and renumbering and eliminating item number 4. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
The motion passes 3-2. Thank you. Okay, item number 19, facilities. Possible action, approve $71,000 from the public safety infrastructure tax to install a water softener system at the Justice Complex and approve a contract for the purchase and installation of the water softener system in the amount of $68,096.35 with Pure Water Systems of Nevada. And I want to reiterate this because somebody said the other day there was $700,000 at the town hall. It is not, and I'm expecting, Mr. Homestead, that you will go into depth the reasons why this is absolutely needed there.
Yes, I don't know if Josh is online, if you wanted to say anything or not.
There he is.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller, just to clarify, we are not asking for $700,000. You're correct.
Thank you.
$71,000 on that, and we're having significant damage to the facilities due to the hard water. Doug can elaborate on that, but this is really just to allocate the public safety tax to be able to be used towards this purpose, and then to enter into a contract with the vendor for the actual water softener installation.
Thank you, sir.
Doug Homestead, Facility Director for the record. Yes, this is what we talked about, putting a shed on the side of the jail there, a 3-sided shed, and they wanted like $120,000 for a 10-by-10 building. So we tried to look for another way of putting this water softener system in. So we found a storage room that's by the back door of the jail that's not really used for anything except storage of glycol and stuff in there. And the problem is we have to run 3-inch copper pipe 70 feet to this area to put the softener in, and 70 feet back to the water main. So, and right now, you know what copper's doing. So that's why the increase. Originally, the softening system was about $40-some thousand last year at this time, but we couldn't get the building thing settled. So we had 3 bids, and this is the person we decided to go with. If the softener, I forget what the amount was, but included in that is about $3,000 for drilling the holes through the concrete walls to run the pipe. But it's needed. We're getting leaks in the water system, and and all that. A lot of that water runs above all those offices, and we've had several leaks, especially upstairs over the judges' offices and stuff, storage rooms.
Okay, so quick question. So it's the corrosion that's going on that's causing the leaks and the buildup of the hard waters and the minerals. So this is in essence, a cost savings maneuver, so we don't have to continue to repair leaks or replace parts.
We have them pretty much in most of our newer buildings already, the senior center in Fernley, and we have it in the senior center. And some of, I don't know all the buildings, my guys would know, but they're just save on all the facilities. You know how you get that calcium built up on the restrooms, the toilets get screwed up, and so this just saves on all the appliances and all the water lines.
So and is it a reverse osmosis or salt driven system or potassium?
It's a salt system.
So we do the maintenance in house and do the salt adding. And everything. Okay.
Like in Fernley Senior Center, we put salt in that thing probably every 3 months. So it works pretty good.
Thank you. Any further questions, Mr. Homestead? All righty. Somebody want to make a motion?
I would move to approve item 19A as presented.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion.
Sorry, Dave.
Motion and a second. Any board comments before we go to the public? Any public comment on this? Anybody online? Okay, we will go ahead and call for the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. We are going to go on to utilities now. For presentation only, capital update from the utilities engineer, Kishore Panda. Hello, Kishore, you out there?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning.
Commissioners, for the record, Kishore Panda, utilities engineer. I'll give a quick update on the utilities capital improvement projects. So as you can see in summary, there are a few projects, total of 7 projects right now under different stages of implementation. One project is the pre-planning stage, and there are 2 projects in the design, 3 projects in construction, and during the last 3 months, we completed 1 project. So next slides basically give details about each project. So the first one is, as we added last time, this is the under planning stage. This is the Highway 50 Dayton Valley Road sewer replacement project. Quick background, we couldn't finish this red portion of the section of the sewer line because there are some construction challenges, some easement issues that we had to secure at that point. So we split the project into 2 phases. So phase 1 has been completed. So we are now in the phase 2. So there are some construction challenges within that left-hand side of the map, as you can see. So we are exploring 3 alternate routes, including the existing route. So Forest Engineering is the engineer doing some alternative evaluation for this project. So out of the 3 alternate routes plus the existing route, the preliminary estimate shows that the sewer replacement along the existing route is the least expensive option. However, we need to work with the 2 property owners on both sides of the Dayton Valley Road to get additional easement. So at this point, we are working with these 2 owners to secure some additional easement. As soon as we get approval on the easements or agreement, at least initially, so we'll move to the design hopefully by next July of next financial year, starting July. Next project is rolling a plant expansion. There is no more update on this project as we are waiting for the REAP expansion project to at least get started and substantially completed before we start bidding this project. So I'll move on to the next project, please. This is the REAP project. As you know, the scope is to build an effluent disposal facility that can supplement 100% effluent generated from the Dayton sewer utilities. We advertised the project back in September. As you know, there are some permit issue from the Department of Water Resources. As of writing or agendizing this update, we didn't receive the dam permit from the department, but luckily within the next couple of days, we got the permit, and that was a good news. So with that, we advertised the project this week. So construction is now planned to start by September of this year, and it's going to take 7 months. So by March of next year, we are going to finish the construction. As I said before, the rolling A plant construction tentatively planned to start in February of next year. By the time we get this reef facility substantially completed, so we can move the rolling A plant expansion. Quick touch on the budget. I think Mr. Foley mentioned that between the January estimate and the May of estimate before bidding, there has been a $700,000 cost increase of this project due to the fact that there are a lot of things that we need to incorporate to address the dam safety requirements. Like for example, we have to dig more to address the liquefaction issues. We need to have larger size storm drain to address a 100-year storm event compared to the previously 25-year storm event was designed. So all these additional components basically increase the cost by about $700,000 of the project. Next slide, please. So this is the lift station 2 replacement project, which is under construction right now. We issued a notice to proceed in April, second week. Site construction began on last week, May 9th. So expected completion of this project is going to be November of this year. Next slide, please. This is a water project. Almost all construction has been completed. There's only one pending item waiting for this project to be completed is the slurry seal of Highway 50 section that was under construction. So at this point, the project is substantially completed. We plan to do the slurry seal by second week of June. And as per the contract, the completion should be by 29th of June. So we are within the schedule right now. Next slide, please. This is El Dorado pressure reducing bar relocation. This is a small project. Construction was done in-house. Staff is doing the water quality testing after we connect, before we connect this one to the system. So as soon as you get clearance with regards to the water quality, we'll put this PRB into service. Next slide, please. This is the last project. We completed this project in last quarter. This was upper and lower Dayton tank rehab. Basically, it included the coating of the tanks and some additional rehab components. The project has been completed. It was completed on 2nd of May. Contractually, that was 17th of May. Budget-wise, total estimated cost of this project is $430,000 out of $868,000 budgeted for this project. So we saved quite a bit money in this project. That's a good news. I think that's all I got. I'll be happy to answer if you have any questions for me.
I think they're testing that. Mr. Jacobson.
Thank you, Chairman Gray. Yeah, Mr. Panda, just for curiosity, the El Dorado valve, can we go back to that one? So I'm just curious, it says we budgeted 55,000. We've spent 68,000 and the picture looks the same. Is there an updated photo we can get with some of these projects?
Yeah, that's a good point, Commissioner. I'll update in my next presentation. Yeah, I think, yeah, we spent a little bit above what was budgeted due to some of the component changes. And this is the existing PRV. Yeah, I'll share some of the new photos maybe next time. Thank you.
That'd be great, because I mean, we went over, and I know it's no fault of yours, but it just seems like for these meetings, it'd be nice if we went over by 13,000, that we maybe get a new picture to ease the pain. Thank you.
Show the people what they got for their money. It's good. We were just talking about that. So thank you. Any other questions?
That's an excellent idea, Commissioner. What I'll do for every project, I'll bring some new photos, not for this one.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Panda. Any other questions, Mr. Panda? Appreciate the update. Okay.
Chairman Gray, may I make a comment?
Absolutely.
Commissioners, David Burketta for the record. Two things real quick. One is just to address that El Dorado. We're taking a look at that right now. It's going to end up coming in at budget. What happened is we had to do quite a bit of changes when we were down there because of conflicts of unmarked gas and sewer lines. So we had to order a lot of extra parts from the process of returning those. So you'll see that come down to approximately what the budgeted cost was. The other thing is when we touch that pipe again, that is JM pipe. The pipe split on us, and we had to order extra pipe for that. So that's just some of these issues that we're facing right now.
So are we marrying up JM pipe to a different brand now?
No, so JM pipe's no longer used in the state of Nevada, not approved by the state engineer, and then the counties decide what they're going to do for cities. But so far, we've taken the position that it's been we just follow what the state does because they have a lot more resources on it. Currently, JM pipe's not even stocked in the supply, but I believe they have addressed and fixed the current problems. It's used in many other entities around. The other item I just want to touch on has to do with the easements. The very first one we talked about, which is Highway 50 sewer line. So we talked about some alternate routes. The reason we have to start looking at alternate routes is because we're working with two property owners and there's some resistance to giving us easements, and we can't do this without easements. So we're working with them, trying to make this work. In front of one of the properties, which is on the southwest corner of Dayton Valley Road and Highway 50, which is the bar there. There's a current 10-foot easement, but we absolutely cannot put it back into a 10-foot easement on a 20-foot pipe. Our ordinance says we need a 20-foot easement. The property owners don't want to. So we're still in negotiations, working with them. The property owner for the Sinclair gas station has hired an attorney. We're working with them to try and work through these issues. But the bottom line is, if we can't secure that agent, then we need to look at alternate routes. I can tell you those alternate routes are very expensive.
And are we talking eminent domain?
Well, we're talking, if it comes down to that, we'll come bring it back to the board and have a discussion, but that's why we're looking at alternate routes, because without easements, we can't put it on their property.
Okay, so I want to go back to my other question a second ago. So we are marrying non-jam pipe up to jam pipe.
That is correct.
So couldn't that potentially cause more blowouts? Because you've got a pipe now that's stronger married to a pipe that's weaker. You're not going to increase pressure in the, in the newer pipe. It's going to increase and blow out in other parts. So are we really doing a disservice by, doing ourselves, our communities a disservice by doing that?
So realistically, and I'm glad you brought this up, because while the majority of our water pressure pipe is JM, built throughout that timeframe, it's uncertain what parts may be good, what parts may be bad. You can have a stick that's good right next to a stick that doesn't work. So the concept, the practice of saying we're going to replace all the pipe is not realistic. There is a risk with what you're saying, but without digging up everything. So it's not a practice. It's not every utility is facing the same thing that we did. In the state of Nevada, the majority of the pipe that was put in is JM pipe. So what the practice of the utilities has been is that, we continue to replace those sections that we do know are bad. Those sections that are in suspect, we can look at operational practices, but the active, due to the cost, the active to replace everything.
Well, I was just wondering, is there a way to sleeve it or anything to give it additional protections?
You end up, well, and we looked at that. You do run some risk though, because now all of a sudden you start making the pipes smaller, and then you have sections that are larger and smaller. So there's operational pressures with both. But yeah, so that's for sure. We'll update that, but that cost associated with that project at the next presentation, it will be complete, and then it'll likely be very close to the budget.
Any questions, Mr. Bruchetta? Thank you, sir. All right, we're going to recess to reconvene as the Willow Creek GID. Public participation, no action will be taken on any item unless it's properly agenda, as it's anticipated that public participation will be held at this time, though it may be returned to at any time during the agenda. Citizens wishing to speak during the public participation are asked to state their name for the record and will be limited to 3 minutes. The board will conduct public comment after discussion of each agenda item, but before the board takes any action. Item number 21, public participation. Any public participation from the audience? Okay, item number 22, budget. Item 22A. This was a time certain 9 a.m., but that's just a little bit later. Public hearing on the tentative budget for fiscal year 2022, 2023. And I'm assuming Mr. Foley, no?
I am. I'm
Oh,
here.
there you go.
So as you go through and come to the public hearings, if you just want to open it up for public comment, and then once the public comment is concluded, close the public hearing and then move on, and then I'll speak on the final budget items.
Okay, that'll work. So there was no public comment, so we will, on the hearing, so we will go to item 22B for possible action, approve the final budget for fiscal year 2022, 2023.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. We did receive a letter from the Department of Taxation stating that, and that needs to be put into the record, that just says that we are in compliance after they've examined the tentative budget with NRS, and there are no changes from the tentative budget to the final budget.
Thank you. Okay, looking for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second to approve the final budget for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 for the Willow Creek General Improvement District.
Thank you. Your second still stand, Mr. Jacobson?
Sure.
All righty, any public comment? All right, all in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Let the record show it passed 5-0. Item number 23A, if possible action, review and accept claims and financial reports. Looking for a motion.
Motion to approve the claims and financial report.
We have a second.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any public comment? Okay, go to the vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Item 24, public participation. Is there any further public participation with regard to the Willow Creek GID? Okay, we're going to adjourn and reconvene as Mason Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board. Public participation, the rules stand as they have. We're going to move on to item 20, I'm sorry, 25. We're still going to go to public participation. Any public participation on this one? Okay, item 26A, we're going to do the public hearing on the tentative budget. Any input from the public on the budget? Okay, we're going to close the hearing and move on to item 26B, for possible action, approve the final budget for FY 2022 and 2023.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. Again, we received a letter from the Department of Taxation that needs to be reflected in the record, and we are in compliance with Nevada revised statutes according to the letter. And there are no changes from the tentative budget to the final budget.
Thank you. And I don't think you've ever been in non-compliance. Mr. Jacobson.
Yes, thank you, Chairman Gray. I would like to approve the final budget for fiscal year 2022 to 2023 for the mosquito control district, Mason Valley Mosquito Control District.
Thank you. We have a motion
Second.
and a second. Any discussion from the board? Public? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let the record show it passed 5-0. Out of 27, possible action, review and accept claims and financial reports.
Motion to accept the claims and financial report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments, concerns? Any public comment? Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Let the record show it passed 5-0. Our final public participation with the for the Mason Valley Mosquito Abatement District Board. Same rules apply to this public participation. Any public participation? Saying none, we will adjourn and reconvene as the Walker River Weed Control District Board. Public participation. Anybody online or in person? Okay, saying none, we'll go on to item 30A. We'll open the public hearing on the tentative budget for FY 2022 and 2023. Any comments on the budget? Okay, we're going to close the hearing and move on to Mr. Foley for item 30B.
Okay, so we received a letter from the Department of Taxation that needs to be read into the record. It's attached to your packet stating that we are in compliance with Nevada revised statutes, and there are no changes from the tentative budget to the final budget.
Mr. Foley, can you confirm for me, please, so the letter needs to be read into the record, or your synopsis is fine?
The letter itself should be in the minutes when we're done. I apologize.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
All right, looking for a motion.
Motion to approve the final budget for fiscal year 2022, 2023 for Walker River Weed Control District.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any questions, comments, or concerns from the board? From the public? Okay, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let the record reflect that it passed 5-0. Item 31A, if possible action, review and accept claims and financial reports.
Motion to accept the claims and financial report.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any participation from the board? The public? Okay, all in favor of item 31A, signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Let the record show it passed 5-0. Go to our final public participation. Again, the rules are the same. Any public participation? Okay, seeing none, we are going to adjourn and reconvene as the Central Lyon County Vector Control District. Item number 3, public participation. Saying none online or in person, we will move on to item 34. We will open the public hearing on the tentative budget for fiscal year 2022, 2023. The participation on that from the public. Okay, seeing none, we'll close the hearing and move on to item 34B. Possible action, approve the final budget for fiscal year 2022 and 2023, or through 2023. Mr. Foley.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. We did receive the same letter from the Department of Taxation stating that the tentative budget was in compliance with NRS, and there are no changes from the tentative budget to the final budget.
Thank you, sir. Looking for a motion.
Chairman Gray, I'll move that we approve the final budget for the Lyon County, Central Lyon County Vector Control District for the fiscal year 2022-23.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any public participation or comments, further comments from the board? Seeing none, call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let the record show it passed 5-0. Item number 35, possible action, review and accept claims and financial reports.
Motion to accept claims and financial reports.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further board or public participation? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Let the record show it passed 5-0. Public participation, no action will be taken. Same rules apply. I'm not even gonna read it. Anybody, any public participation? Okay, we will close that and we'll adjourn to reconvene as the Silver Springs General Improvement District. Item number 37, the same public participation rules apply. Any public participation on this item? Okay, we will close that and open the hearing, public hearing on the tentative budget for fiscal year 2022 through 2023. Any participation from the public on this? Close the public hearing and move on to item 38B. For possible action, approve the final budget for fiscal year 2022-23.
Josh Foley, Lyon County Comptroller for the record. We received a letter from the Department of Taxation that they examined the tentative budget and it was in compliance with NRS 354. And there are no changes from the tentative budget to the final budget. Plus, Mr. Page should have 4 cover pages for each one of these budgets that I need the board, each member of the board to sign them before they're done today so that I can get that off to the Department of Taxation in time. And for those of you who get tired of signing your name, I signed every single page too. So just FYI.
Get paid more.
Right.
Get paid more? No.
More?
For possible, I'm sorry, looking for a motion on item 38B.
Move to approve the final budget for fiscal year 2022-2023.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further participation from the board or the public? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let the record reflect that it passed 5-0. Item 39A for possible action, review and accept claims and financial reports.
Move to approve, I can't talk. Move to accept claims and financial reports. We give up.
We're not gonna let this one die for lack of a second. Come on.
Second.
All right, we have a motion in a second. Any further participation from the board or the public?
See, it's contagious.
Yeah. Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the vote. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Let the record reflect it, passed 5-0. Final public participation, again, the same rules apply as to all of the public participations. Seeing none, we will adjourn to reconvene as the Lyon County Board of Commissioners. Agenda requests. We'll start from the right, Mr. Hockaday. I'm gonna go to my left, Mr. Jacobson,
None at this time.
Mr. Henderson.
Nope.
Ms. Keller.
Nope.
Well, that's gonna leave me. I've got one, and I mentioned it at the beginning of the meeting. I'm gonna mention it again. Would like to have a resolution regarding Highway 50 that we could prepare to send to the governor, requesting executive action that he get involved in this and help us execute some safety. I can't even think of the word. You know, enact some safety actions on the highway. Hope that made sense. Man, you are rubbing off on me today. Okay, we will go to commissioner comments. We will start with Ms. Keller.
Whoa, that came
I
out
know.
of blue.
I'm jumping around.
Okay. All right. Well, I just have a really dear to my heart comment I want to make, and I'm glad I got to go first. I just want to say that I thank this board up here for having individual thought, expressing your opinions, voting with your heart, And after an attack the other night on our Board of County Commissioners, I want to declare we are not sheep.
We're not cheap.
I'm done.
Mr. Henderson, we'll go to you.
Just want to point out the shirt I'm wearing today.
Stand up.
I will. I don't know if any of y'all actually realize this, but Irene Albert, who gave our invocation this morning, is my sister. She is going through leukemia, so I'm wearing this shirt in support of her. And please keep her in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you.
We will definitely do that, and we appreciate her when she can join in with us. She is in Colorado, was it?
South Carolina.
South Carolina. So
In fact, I thought I was going to have
Yeah.
to read the invocation today because she was supposed to check in the hospital yesterday.
Uh.
Because she's going to be undergoing a bone marrow transplant here shortly, but it got delayed, which I understand is normal in these situations. So anyway.
Mr. Jacobson.
Like to just wish everybody a happy spring here and our local sports teams that are in state tournaments and wish the kids very well. And I'm glad we're back to having state tournaments and activities. I think canceling kids' lives is the dumbest thing anyone ever can conceive of doing. Thank you.
Amen. Mr. Hockaday. I'm going to chime in here on a
Hey.
couple.
Can I add up to my comment?
Sure.
Just one thing.
Absolutely.
One thing, I almost forgot. I also wanted to go on the record that I dearly appreciate Silver Springs High School. Social studies got together. They do this every 2 years. I know it's election year. Anyways, every 2 years, they put on candidates nights. And I just want to put a shout out there that, again, they did one for the primary. They'll be doing another one before the general. But it's so great to see our kids get involved in the process and try to learn more. And so they did an awesome job. It was absolutely great. So just a shout out to Silver Springs High School for doing that.
Thank you. Yeah, I was sorely disappointed that I was unable to participate that night. I do want to mention that this week is National Police Week. Happens every spring. And if you get a chance, tell an officer or deputy, how much you appreciate them. It's amazing what those guys put their lives on the line for and the amount of money they make. In some of the research I did on the Highway Safety Project and why we are down 40 officers in the Northern Command, and also why they're contemplating shutting down the graveyard shifts in both Reno and Carson. I said shutting them down and eliminating them, which is going to have a huge effect on public safety. Who's going to be arresting those drunks out there in the middle of the night if it's not NHP? So anyways, in my research and doing that, I found out what a starting highway patrolman makes, a state policeman makes up here. And I was aghast to learn that they don't even make enough. A new patrolman out there does not even make enough to afford an apartment in this area. They bring home about $980 every 2 weeks. And they're out there putting their lives on the line for us every day. I'm sure our starting deputies aren't far behind that. This is for our law enforcement officers, it's a calling. It's not a job. It's not a career. These guys go into it because they love serving the people and doing what they do. So please remember those guys and the job they do, and just keep them in your thoughts and prayers for their safety. That is all I have. We are going to get ready to go to a closed session, but we're going to do our final public participation. Again, the same rules apply. Do we have anybody for our final public participation? Saying none, we are going to excuse everybody, lock the room down, and then go into our final
And take a break.
yeah, go into our final closed session, and the board itself will take a break until we're ready.
Mr. Chair,
Sir.
if you would adjourn the meeting so I can shut the Zoom down.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, why was I think we adjourned it afterwards? Okay, yeah, we will adjourn this meeting then. Thank everybody for participating, and good conversations today. And I do want to say one last thing. I'm going to tag on what Vida said. I heard about that person attacking our board immediately, and this board, I think, functions pretty well together. Nobody has any reservations about what they say, and we leave out of here, without much, if ever, any animosity. So thank you. Turn.